Welcome, everyone, to San Antonio by Night, episode 9 of season 2 of Aftermath. Last time, we joined our lovely bit of iconoclasts as they were introduced to a new kindred, a fledgling by the name of Jude Walker. One who seems to have been sent by Sanctuary to assist them in their endeavors. And after meeting this fledgling, Maria and Jude went off to go and hunt in the domain. Bryan went to go retrieve Maria's truck, and Noel went to speak with the Baron of the Northern Domain. And so let's get some of the thoughts of our coterie mates. Ray, why don't you give us some idea of what your thoughts are right now?
Well, talking to Velda was interesting. That's what her name is, right? Velda? The queen bee is, I feel like things move really quick. I was away from the coterie from one night and, well, maybe two, and everything went to bloody hell. Maria got torn apart by Benji, and Carnage is missing, and God knows what the fuck is happening with everything else. So, we start digging through this bit by bit. Meanwhile, I'm hungry. So, as soon as I get the opportunity, that's what I'm gonna be doing.
Yes, the hunger is certainly getting stronger here. Jude, what are your first impressions of our lovely iconoclasts?
Lovely. That is not the applicable term I'd use. So, reasonably, I feel like Violet has more or less just cartons me up like a nice sweet can of tuna and threw me into an ocean filled with sharks. And that's not feeling great. I got the wonderful performance and showmanship of witnessing whatever the hell Maria is, and the process of her seemingly to, I can't say dominate because I'm not even sure if that's really the right term, but it was like she had some sort of overwhelming power over just this girl. This just the little girl. I'm probably like a college student, honestly. And I'm a little overwhelmed with the circumstances at hand. I'm noticing, though, that the iconoclasts seem to be involved with something much more complex and deeper than I was really gearing up to be a part of. I just came here for information, and now suddenly it feels like I've just been processed through the loop. They're saying I'm a part of them. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure I like what that means. Still, run with the maniacs. If I'm gonna be in a around all these folks, and I guess I might as well figure something out. Learn to use them before they learn to use me. Hopefully.
They seem fairly quick to adopt you, so perhaps that's a good thing. But then there's Maria. Maria, your excursion into hunting with Jude went a little interesting.
Well, I had to end up saying that's one way to end up putting it. Another way we might end up describing it as a complete cluster. Can't believe I did that to Saeed. Now I got a real reason that I need to end up going in to see Adam. Gotta end up seeing him to end up trying to balance things out, trying to see if he's pulling his weight, check in on him. More importantly, he needs to know on just how far I am willing to go to end up making sure he's got some semblance of life. I'm gonna be lucky if I end up running into at least it's gonna be beside herself, I have no doubt about that. She married the man. I just put him in the hospital. Bryan's trying to end up getting a truck at the ferry, so she'll be grateful for small favors. Meanwhile, we got this new kid on the block, Jude. No idea what their business is. And meanwhile, Noel and Ray are currently working above my pay grade, so everybody else is out doing their own thing, and my job is just to watch this homestead, be mother hand, so to speak. So, guess I'm just gonna be doing more of the same at this point, trying to make sure all the little ducklings are in a row. I'll end up being so scared off that I end up here looking like a mouse over in a petting zoo. Quick way to get eaten.
Yes, the thought is to avoid getting eaten. Noel, you went to go and visit the Baron.
I did.
What are your thoughts on Baron von Schwenkgaus Altenburg?
Exactly what I thought of her when I started getting into the politics of this city. She's a woman with a solid head on her shoulders and a venom that, whilst concealed in the civilities of an Elysium, would most likely tear me apart if not for the fact that I was the one who holds all the facts at the moment. I think she's found out some very interesting things regarding Baron Jameson not sharing some information that I think it would have been in the other Baron's best interests to know. I don't know what the hell his game is, but I'm not playing it. There's too much at stake here to play that kind of game.
And what kind of game do you think that is?
If I'm to be frank with you, Baron Jameson very obviously has a chip on his shoulder regarding the Northern Domain and regarding the host in specific. It probably infuriates him to no end that Baron von Schwenkgaus-Waltenberg is the one that holds the barony. Furthermore, there's probably constituents of that domain, or even in the host itself, that Jameson has a vested interest in. In fact, I could take a guess. I could take a major guess that he might be interested in Benji, considering the things I've heard through the grapevine about Benji removing some constituents of his barony. Under the guidance of The War Baron, no less. And I think a camera died. Yay.
Yes.
But frankly, we do not have the time, the resources, the freedom or anything else to play these kinds of stupid games. We don't. We are not afforded that. And as such, if one does not see the threat that is looming on the horizon, then I will work with someone who does.
Yes. The ever looming threat of hunters. Hunters that might be backed by the FBI, that might be backed by their own resources, that might have a personal vendetta. But we'll have to find out about that when they come up again. Because there is a far more pressing matter.
Yeah, there is.
Bryan, you're currently standing across a short distance from a woman who's crossed police tape and is asking you about Carnage.
Yeah.
She hasn't turned around to look at you yet. Her shoulder-length hair just kind of draping across the sides of her face.
Bryan is lost in thought and torn between what he came here to do and odd, overwhelming sense that he senses a similar energy to Carnage and hostility coming off this thing, and it still hasn't even looked at him yet. He isn't sure how to approach this lady and get out of here with his intent of taking Maria's truck back to the coterie. The implied threat with her question really scratching at Bryan. His desire to talk to Chisholm getting ever stronger.
You haven't answered my question, fledgling.
Oh no, ma'am, I did answer your question. I
What?
absolutely had nothing to do with it.
What happened here?
A very nasty fight, I'm told. I honestly don't know. I was not here to be able to tell you what it is you want to know.
Where is he?
Again, I have no idea, ma'am.
She slowly stands and turns to you. Bryan Matthews?
That would be me.
Who did this?
Goes by the name of Benji. If what I hear is true, childhood to carnage.
Benji.
Benji Cortez. I assume he's an enforcer for Baravelda du Altenberg's Vinskau. Svenskau du Altenberg.
I don't care who he works for. Where do I find Benji Cortez? I thought him dead.
How interesting. As I said, he's in the Northern Territory, maintained by Baron Velda Svenskau du Altenberg. As to specifically where, I have no idea. I've had extremely limited contact with the man, and don't know his personal quirks and hang-ups, where he hangs out, or any of that information, ma'am.
Then what do you know? What use are you to me?
That the whole incident took place with one of my coterie mates. Being hospitable with Benji. Making introductions for a bit of information.
A coterie.
She called it a family matter.
Take me to her then.
Can we get that truck parked right over there?
You do what you wish.
Alright. Bryan will go work on the knot he tied in the baling wire to open the door. See if he can get this thing hot wired.
And without hesitation, you rip that baling wire right out of its own knot, and that daunting presence is just, it frightens you to the core. You're wondering if you should even share a vehicle with this person.
I'm not going to think about that right now. I'm just going to focus on what it is I was trying to do.
Your beast is kind of tickling at the back of your head, telling you we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here at all. We shouldn't be a part of this.
I shouldn't be a lot of things. But right now, this has got to get done. Got to get this truck back to Maria.
To hotwire it, I would like you to make me a dexterity larceny.
And this is gonna suck.
Thankfully, it's a slightly older model, and getting it to start by hot wiring is not a terribly difficult endeavor, but it's taking you a moment to really kind of understand a little bit about how to go about doing it right off. And she just stares at you. She just watches you. This creature that calls itself Veronica.
Attempting to ignore and focus on what I'm doing. Ignore her, ignore the beach, focus on what you're doing.
But eventually, the truck does start.
I'll jump in and you can take your own car or you can ride with me. Make your choice.
Silently, she walks up towards the passenger seat, and she opens it. You hear a hissing and a rattling coming from the center console, where Maria's bag is.
How did the bag get back in the truck?
Oh, did you take it? You did take it, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I took it back to Maria.
Never
I got
mind.
to buy
Solar Force.
Never mind. Continuity error.
It's all right.
But she just sits in the passenger seat.
I'll hold the door closed and make my way back to the coterie house.
And you drive.
So how did you know Carnage?
Is that important?
Yeah.
Why is that important to you?
Well, this is my domain, and before you even know who I am, you accuse me of killing him. What's he to you?
Family.
Again, that's what my coterie mate said, so...
Then I suppose I have someone to meet, don't I?
It appears so.
Do you know what it's like? To lose someone so close to you that you hate them.
Hate somebody, but yeah.
Interesting.
Life is nothing but loss. Apparently it's the same in unlife as well.
That is true. What was your opinion of him?
Wish that I could have said the one time I met him it had been a pleasure. Very unfortunate incident, but reminds me a lot of you.
You don't know me.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I don't make it
Coming
very...
off of you, I got off of him.
Do I scare you?
Just a touch.
Me? An unassuming woman.
They're the ones you got to watch out for the most. The ones most people would never suspect.
Are you the same? Then.
Hmm?
Should I be scared of you, Mr. Matthews?
At my age, it's highly unlikely. Given enough time, I'm sure. Currently, I don't think I'm much of a threat to you.
I suppose you underestimate yourself.
Not really. I'm not saying I wouldn't get my licks in, but I doubt I'd hold up in a fight against you. Much like with Carnage.
Again, you seem to know more about me than you had previously let on.
You call him family. There's something familiar about the energy you and Carnage share. A very similar sense.
He and I were coterie mates a long time ago.
Interesting. I guess as far as our lives, as much as they are now, revolve around our coterie mates. Even after we're no longer around, family is family after all.
You value family?
Of course.
More than you value yourself.
When you ain't really ever had one, when you get one, you want to hold on to it for as long as you can.
I suppose I can understand the sentiment. Before I met my coterie, I was lost and alone. They gave me purpose. They gave me what I needed. But now they're gone. And if they were summarily removed from this world, then I suppose I only have one course of action.
That would be?
I'm sure you can assume.
Assumptions are a lot like assholes. Everybody's got one, but they all stink.
You're amusing.
Well, thank you.
You resort to humor when you're scared. It's easy to read.
Humor has a whole lot of emotions. Fear, anger, depression, insanity.
Insanity.
We all have a touch. Nobody gets out of this without some. Not like the Malkavians, mind you, but there's a touch of insanity to everything that's existing in this world.
Are you sure about that?
Quite positive.
To me, it sounds like someone who hasn't fully embraced what he is.
What am I? An undead thing forced to subsist off the blood of others? I got that right, didn't I?
If that's what you
And
think you
I
are.
ain't human no more. I can do things now there was no way I could do when I was human.
But
What is it that I'm missing?
you tell me.
You're the one with all the answers.
I don't have answers. I just know what I am. Do you know what you are?
I just told you.
That's what everyone has told you you are. What are you really?
I have no idea, ma'am.
I suppose that's the point of the journey. Is to find out. Am I wrong?
That's what all journeys are about. All knowledge and wisdom are a journey.
You're an interesting fellow. You strike me as a man who's seeking answers, but he's afraid of what he would learn. He's afraid of what he is. What he could be. Afraid of his potential. Because everyone tells you that you're wrong.
They all tell me I'm a monster in human skin,
You are.
creating to be something that I'm no longer.
You are a monster in human skin.
My powers come at a cost. What cost? What am I giving up for this power? And when did I ever get a choice?
When do any of us get a choice? It's about what you make of it. Embrace it. Follow the path that your blood would carve.
path. What do you mean by that?
As I said before, each of us are on our own journey. That path is not carved ahead of us. We can follow the treads of others, but that will not lead us to our true selves. You must discover it for yourself.
As with everything in life, I guess.
So who is this coterie mate?
A lovely young woman. As a matter of fact, the owner of this truck.
Do you not have a name for them?
Has the strange notion of religion and her name would be Maria.
A pretty name.
For a pretty girl. Although she might not be so pretty now.
And why is that?
Again, Mr. Benji Cortez.
Seems like this Mr. Cortez has caused a lot of problems for you.
Indeed.
And if he's family...
Not mine.
But if he's family to me, then I suppose this is a family matter.
You'd be correct in that assumption.
And it's not long.
And he's not hiding any of the anger and animosity that he holds towards Benji back as he speaks about Benji.
And you can't help but see a grin on her face. Like she's satisfied that you're comfortable with expressing your feelings about Benji in an outward fashion.
I'm pretty sure his grip on the steering wheel has only gotten tighter. Might be bent in one or two places, slightly.
She just kind of relaxes in the seat for the rest of the drive, and you eventually come up to the coterie house where you see no other vehicles are currently parked. This is where
Internally, Bryan debating on whether or not to call somebody else or invite her in.
She just kind of watches you as you're debating this in your head. Is this the place?
Yes, ma'am. It doesn't appear that anyone else is home at the moment.
I suppose I can wait.
Would you like to come in?
I would be delighted. And
Bryan will show her in.
she slips out of the passenger seat of the truck, closing the door behind her, and walks with you towards the front door.
Bryan will hold the door for her, attempting to remember his manners.
A gentleman. And she
When I
proceeds
think
to
about it.
walk in.
Bryan will go, yeah, when I think about it. Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
She kind of just...
And Bryan will step up, make a phone call.
She sits down at the table and just kind of observes around the house as you step out the door once more.
Yeah.
And who do you call?
No.
Noel, after your meeting with Velda, you receive a phone call.
Hey,
Stoneford speaking.
hey, it's Bryan. Where are y'all at?
On our way back, why?
I have an interesting person with me. Says that Carnage was family. Says her name is Veronica. Says that makes Maria family too.
Okay. Well, whilst I know out of character,
Yes.
there's some dots that I'd like to put together here based on information that not only the little bit that Noel has received from Maria, along with things that he's heard from Carnage. Because Carnage did mention Veronica in his vicinity
Yes.
the last time they talked.
By name, yes.
By name. He also spoke about his pack having a Zamisi that was distinctly female.
He did.
I'd just like to make a note in the driver's seat. Ray is probably nagging Noel as well as like what's going on.
And Noel's probably got a finger raised like 1 second. Given the information that I have, I would like to make an assumption. Just, making sure that I'm not meddling any of this. But Noel is going to make an assumption here.
Mm-hmm.
That Veronica is the Zamisi that was in Carnage's pack.
He's mentioned her by name and by clan.
And given that Noel only knows one other Zamisi,
It's a logical assumption.
okay. Just making sure, because I don't want to ruin this.
Mm-hmm.
Noel turns to the phone. Keep her there, Ray, and I will be there shortly. Give out very little information. And the line immediately goes dead.
Bryan chuckles.
And Ray, in the car, you would feel that the car speeds up quite a bit, as if there's now an insistence.
What's going on?
Bryan is currently talking with Veronica.
Who?
Oh. Another member of Carnage's former pack. Zamisi. And if I'm right...
What? Hold on a second. Didn't Carnage only have one Samisi in the pack?
Mm-hmm. Her name is Veronica. And you know, I only know one other Zamisi anywhere.
Okay.
And Noel is driving rather insistently, like, to the point of... If he's moving around such that he's most likely not going to get caught for breaking the speed limit. But
He's definitely not within legal limits.
he's doing it in such a way that at this time of night, with this amount of traffic, the cops probably aren't going to care all that much. You know, if it's, 1 or 2 miles over the limit.
Nah, 1 or 2, they don't care. Somewhere up to 5, they don't care. In some respects.
Yeah. It'll be basically just getting through all of that. Also, you moved around the things, Coffee, so now it's all jumbled.
Yes, I am.
You need to move everything.
I am fixing it right now.
Okay.
Because
But
we have one person who doesn't have a camera, and I need to fix it.
yes, because technical problems.
All right, so I'm going to need Jude's character sheet. Clearly, we're doing an actor swap here.
But no, Noel is rushing home, and as he's going, he looks to Ray. I don't want this to happen, but I think it should be noted that you should be prepared that this could go south.
No, I'm always prepared for shit to go south with Kindred.
Good.
Let's be real. We're not all the most pleasant of people.
No, we are not.
Did he say why she's here? Why she's there?
No. Although, if I'm a betting man, I bet it would have something to do with her packmate, or Maria. One of the two.
Hey, is she inside? Did he say?
I would assume so.
Oh, I don't think Maria's going to be happy about that.
No, it's why once we get there, I'm going to try and get as much information out of Veronica as I possibly can.
Yeah. Actually, do you want to let me have a chat with her? I mean, you and Carnage weren't on the best of terms.
No. But I think in this case there is a place that there may be a bit of a better connection.
You reckon?
I have a plan in mind.
Well, try not to piss off the older Samiti. I don't want to see what she can do to your flesh.
Yeah, well, Yeah, the flesh shaping's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Remember what Maria can do, and then age that up.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
And if she's Carnage's packmate, add his viciousness on top.
Oh, I know exactly where I could point that viciousness if need be.
Yeah, well, try not to point it at Benji. We still need Benji to find Carnage.
If Carnage is still around.
Well, we need Benji to find out what the fuck happened, don't we?
No, not really.
Well, whatever you think.
And yeah, towards the coterie house we go.
Maria and Jude, however, are likely going to arrive first, as they were really only out for a stroll in the domain for hunting purposes. So do the two of you go back to the coterie house before then?
Yeah, for now. I'm kind of just giving Jude the lay of the land, neighbors not to eat, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be stopping by Lisa's house later.
Yes, there is a conversation to be had at Lisa's house. And you make your way back to the coterie house first to see that Bryan is outside on the phone, or having just hung up the phone.
Good evening.
Big guy,
Yeah,
you're back.
told you I'd be back. I had to go pick up the truck.
Appreciate that, Bryan. Start to walk over to the truck just to take a look. What it was is that it was damaged.
I
As I
do
realized.
apologize.
Quite alright. Just metal and aluminium.
What's left of the door handle is sitting behind the seat on the driver's side. You might see a few indentation of Brian's large hands on the steering.
Alright. I'll go and see what I can get done. I'll be right back. I'm going to the basement. Gotta get my...
I would hold on a minute, Maria. There's somebody inside that says they want to see you. I found lurking around where your truck was.
Oh, and who might that be?
Goes by the name of Veronica. Accused me of doing whatever was done to you in Carnage.
No, yeah, that can't be right. Can't be right. That can't be. No. You must have misheard. Yeah, you must have.
Is this person? Have you met them before?
Yeah. Yeah, we met. I gotta go.
Bryan will follow Maria.
Are they heading the other direction, or?
Maria's getting the fuck out of there, and the truck is not working. But this is borderline fear frenzy.
Maria, who is this person? She says she's family.
Maria is already booking it at this point. Like, if you want to stop her, by all means, but
Bryan is following Maria.
I would like wits insight to kind of guesstimate that response.
You've been in a frenzy enough to know that it's very likely Maria's just letting her beast run away in fear.
Hey, Whip, I don't know. She doesn't seem up to it.
Bryan's not there. Bryan is following Maria.
Oh.
Maria bolts. Bryan's bolting after her.
This is the good old-fashioned stamina athletics.
Yep, this is the stamina athletics. For both.
Jude's just gonna stay on the porch.
Okay.
He's gone.
You don't like that she's running out. She's booking it. She's out. You don't know where she's headed. She ducks into alleyways. She ducks into different little nooks and crannies. She knows this neighborhood better than you do.
Sense the beast.
Sense the beast is... She's darting out of your vision. She's
Okay.
leaving you in the dust. And you're aggravated by it.
And hungry.
And hungry. In fact, I think that's a very proper compulsion. You just want to throw her down and suck her dry. So anything that isn't meant to get you fed is at a 2 dice penalty.
God damn it, Maria. Well, I'm gonna make my way back to the house. Jude was offering blood earlier. Maybe they're still up for it.
Jude, you're on the porch, very confused.
I am.
When another vehicle does arrive, and inside of it is Noel and Ahura, whom you've met before.
Hey, New Blood.
Hi. I guess maybe I should give you an update on the situation. Maria and Whip ran off. Strangers inside.
Noel, do you want to split this? I'll go after Maria. You can deal with...
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
And you see that
this?
Noel grabs his sword from the car because his sword is still in the car.
Mhm.
Like he grabs the case from the trunk, and he word without another word. He's going to walk inside.
No,
no.
no. Hold on. Yeah.
No, Noel, don't attack her. Whatever you do.
Even better question. Why are you just gonna bring in a fucking sword in on a stranger?
Oh no! It all Jude would see is a large case, like a large carrying case.
Oh.
Like it's not like just the sheath of the sword. No, it's like in a case.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Don't attack her.
I heard you.
Yeah. Remember it. New Blood.
I have.
Huh?
I think you're in need of an update on the situation.
Hey, Ray.
No, what?
You know, I don't think you heard me like 5 minutes ago when I said I want to talk to her.
Yeah, but now Maria's taken off. Situation's a little bit different. Besides, I can never
Not
tell
really.
what you're gonna do.
Not really. You go after Maria. And
Yes.
Noel is going to go inside.
Do you want to stay here or do you want to come with me?
I think I'm gonna check out what's going on in the house. This seems a little. I mean, if he's just there alone.
Jude,
Yes.
I would suggest going with Ray.
Look, if she eats him, she eats him. No fuss.
Yes, you're very funny. But trust me, that's recommended.
What is the situation? How about we start with that? What is going on?
So, do you... What's the word for them? Do you know what the Sabbat is?
Oh.
Okay, well, you've got the Camarilla, you've got the Anarchs, and then the Sabbat are the next lot. There are 3 factions, right?
Okay.
Sabbat are a little bit more wild and they're pretty dangerous.
Interesting. Okay.
She's one of them. That woman in the house. She's one of them. And I'm pretty sure that's Maria's mama.
But Maria ran.
Yeah. So now we gotta go after Maria. And we're wasting time. Let's go. Are you coming? You staying? What?
Jude just looks at Noel. You're okay with dying? Again. If anything happens.
If that happens, it's a consequence I've brought upon my own head.
Alright, that's all I need to know. It's on you, buddy.
And Ray takes off.
I'm well aware. And as Ray takes off, and I'm sure as Jude takes off as well, Noel is going to enter the house.
Jude just... Jude goes ahead and actually gets into their car, and they're gonna start trying to drive around the town and see if they can find Maria and Whip on the run.
Just as a quick out of character, would Ray know where Maria might go if she needed to feel safe?
If she needed to feel safe, I think that would be an intelligence insight.
Versus
Maria's versus, let's see what that would be. That would be, I'm gonna call it a wits and stealth plus haven dots. If she has a personal haven.
Yep. Well, Derek dice kick in again.
Oh no. You think you might know a couple of places that she might duck into?
Or those are the places Ray wants to check first?
Okay. Maria, you don't want to be found. This is going to be a...
I think that was pretty much the opposed roll right there.
Yeah, that was... Ray is... It is going to take some time, but Ray is going to find you. So what do you want to do in the meantime?
At this point, she is in her haven. It's actually not too far, actually. Still in the same neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
That's half the reason she got the coterie house here. But it is... Yeah, at this point, she is locking doors. She is hiding in the basement. She is doing everything she can to end up gain as much distance away and hoping that she won't be found. She is praying at this point.
And Ray, you can catch up with Bryan, and Jude can follow you as well if you want to include them.
I do indeed.
But eventually you do come up upon the last place that you wanted to look. And she's either here or she's not.
So this is a building?
Yes, it's a building with a basement, which is uncommon in San Antonio, but they occasionally happen.
Ray is gonna knock on the door.
No answer.
Maria? I'm here to check on ya. Can you let me in?
I think this would be a persuasion check.
Yep, charisma persuasion for Ray, and Maria, if you don't want to be persuaded, that's a... or if you want to read into what's going on, a wit's insight.
Dark dice strikes again.
You don't know what her intentions are, but it is Ray's voice.
Last time we spoke, what did you say? What were we talking about?
What happened to you? With Benji? It was before Noel and I headed out. It was when Jude showed up.
Door unlocks. And when it opens, you see her holding a bat, like ready to swing it at your head at any given moment.
Whoa. Hey. It's just me. I'm not gonna hurt you.
I'm still trying to figure out who you.
Do what you need to do.
Are the others present?
Brian's there.
So is Jude.
I want to say Jude is just barely rolling up in the vehicle.
Brian looks really out of sorts.
Maria's going to reach to the wall, grab hold of a crucifix, and then pointing it at the two in the door.
Brian will step back.
She puts it down. And she notices the car.
Maria, I don't know what happened, and I don't think I need to know. But I do understand that you're in crisis right now. And I know where that is. I know what that's like.
You want me to go in? You want me to end up going in there?
No.
Not gonna happen.
That's when you. That's why you. I mean, that's why the three of you are here.
Actually, I'm here because you ran. And I'm worried about you.
Shit.
I'm here for the same reason.
Okay.
May we take this inside? Or are we gonna stand here and air all our laundry for everybody to see and hear?
You don't have to do anything, Maria. It's all good. I just want to make sure you've had it rough the last couple of nights. And now this has shown up.
She'll kill me. I don't doubt it in my mind. I don't doubt it in my heart. She will kill me.
You hear Bryan growl at that.
Ray actually steps forward.
So, Ray, you step past the boundary into the house? Just to be
It's
clear?
just a little bit of a step forward. Probably her toes cross the boundary, but she's got her arms outspread. She's going to go try to give Maria a hug.
No, but it has it in her, nor does she can win that fight, so. Maria just holds on to the pad. She's embraced by this woman who's just basically muscle and teeth.
I'll do everything to get between you and her.
I thought it was over. I swear, I thought it was over.
Ray just holds her.
I didn't want this. I want this.
Hey, Ray. We're gonna step aside for a second. How about you and Maria talk for a moment? And Jude just tugs on Whip's arm and just starts walking down the block with him.
He'll follow.
Oh, jeez. The Coles in nature. Veronica's in our godly haven in. I can't. I can't.
You don't have to. Noel's in there at the moment. He said he wanted to have a chat with her.
I didn't want this.
No. I can see that.
What to do anymore, Ray? I was trying to be ready for when you came back, and I'm not ready. Couldn't even stop Benji. Couldn't stop Carnage. What the hell am I supposed to do? I couldn't stop him.
In the grand scheme of things, Maria, you and I, we're babies. Benji's not a lot older, but he is older. And Carnage... Fuck knows how long Carnage has been around. Unlike Benji and Carnage and Veronica, you've been plodding along and finding your way all on your own. And hell, I think you've done a fantastic job. But you're still just a baby. It's not on you to be able to stop them. You don't have to. And you got so much growing left to do. You're just at the start. I mean, you survived getting in between two Bruja. That's impressive. You don't have to face her right now. And you know, I'm always here for you to use as a shield if you need to. Sorry, you cut out there.
I'm a babbling mess right now, right? I'm a babbling mess. And I just... Oh, Lord. I don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me.
Right now we give you time to calm down. How's that sound? One step at a time.
Don't leave, no. Should kill him. Should kill him. Oh, Johnny's gonna end up coming in and find out about it. If Johnny finds out we end up bringing her in here, we're all gone.
So, we go back up Knoll. Or I go back up Knoll. If you want, you can stay here. That's fine.
Maria's thinking about what would it mean? Leaving Ray, Noel to do it. Bryan, yeah, all of them better combatants, no question on that. But she got between Benji and Carnage. Right now, there's only one person holding Maria. It's only one person who stepped through the door. Even when she's scared out of her mind. Dangerous thing like Maria. Thinks back. Starts thinking what Veronica would do. Really left her own devices here. Thinks about Lisa and Tim. Girls, utterly terrified.
Does she
Couldn't
know about
hold-
them? What does she know?
They're in proximity, that's all that matters. They're near enough to each other. She doesn't care. She never cared. That was always the thing, she never cared. Do it to somebody else. I can't sit, do nothing. But I'm terrified.
Would she make them dig their own graves to throw them in? Would she do the same thing to them as she did to you?
I know. But I can't take that chance. I can't live with panic, and I'm overwhelmed, and I'm holding on to Ray's arm for dear fucking life at this point. I'm not like the others. I am not that strong. But with nothing more than a baseball bat and a couple of keys in hand, and trying to lock the door behind myself, trying to put one in front of the other because I can't face her and I can't leave her alone. Nothing but a contradiction. Nothing makes any sense. I'm hanging on to Ray right now. She made a promise to me. God, I hope that I'm making mountains out of molehills right now. I'm praying for that.
You stick to me, Maria. And if you need to hide, you hide behind me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But before Maria and Ray step out of the house, Jude and Bryan went for a little bit of a walk down the block.
As soon as they get far enough away from the house, Bryan will quietly talk to Jude. That offer for blood you made earlier to Maria, is it still open?
You know, I didn't think about what it will do. It's not something I ever considered before. Would you like me to hunt for you?
I was talking about your blood, darling.
Jude gives Bryan Whip an up down on this. Knowing the circumstances and what it can do, that it does Maria introduced me to someone who was in the house. This girl named Nicole.
Yes.
She explained to me that that's what our blood does.
Can do.
You would be okay with that.
I don't really have much choice.
Define.
I don't really get sustenance from anything else.
People don't really do it for you.
Only thing that really satiates that hunger is the blood of my own kind. Our kind.
Jude, everything about that sounds wrong.
You're dangerous.
Very. In more ways than you might think.
Okay. If that's the case, and you're asking me, then let's strike a deal. I'm pretty covert with what I do, and I can do it well. I have no problems finding food. You... if you want to feed regularly from me, then I could probably strike something with you. But in return, I need someone at my back.
You got it.
Good deal working with you. Jude will hold out their wrist, at first seeming like a handshake, but then turn their palm upward.
Bryan will take that wrist and, almost as if caressing for a kiss, sink his fangs in.
Bryan, what is your hunger level?
3.
You're composed. How much do you take from Jude?
I only want to take 1 dot from Jude right now.
Okay. Jude, do you offer it willingly?
I do indeed.
Then, Bryan, you are 1 step blood bonded toward Jude. Please mark that on your character sheet. And it's inky. It kind of tastes of black. You're not exactly sure how to describe the flavor. It's sweet. It's like molasses. But it feels
Burnt. Cold.
like charcoal in your mouth, but it's a sweet kind of charcoal.
It feels... I imagine it feels like vodka, how it makes you feel absolutely empty, burning inside up until the point that it hits your stomach, and then you're suddenly full.
Well, I'm not full. I've got 1 more dot to go. I'm just not trying to take too much from Jude at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You can't describe the flavor as anything other than sweet black.
Molasses.
It's thick, like molasses. Sweet
Sweeter.
and black. That's the only word that really you can use to describe it.
So sweet it's bitter. Bryan wants to take another, but he's trying to gauge whether or not that's...
And something inside you just clicks. This is what your sire tasted like. What little you do remember, sweet, inky blackness on your lips.
Bryan licks his lip and whispers more.
No. If you're full, you're done. We're done.
Bryan is Bryan will lick the wounds and thank you very much, and return to go back towards Maria's house.
One more thing.
Yes.
What was that with the cross?
It seems to be an affliction that I have. I don't rightly understand it. Maria kens more about that than I, never having been much of a religious man at all.
Pretty storybookish. Vampire afraid of crosses.
Not afraid.
Does it hurt you?
Yeah. It's not fear, you see, it's pain.
I have to relate. I think of God as being a very sadistic thing as well. Jude walks towards and starts lining up with Bryan.
And as the two of you are walking back towards the house, you see that Ahure and Maria are slowly, but assuredly, coming out of the house.
The way that Ray moves with Maria is very much like she's putting herself between Maria and the world.
I'm sorry, Maria. I thought you needed to know. I don't know who she is. She says she's family. She's looking for Carnage. She says Carnage is family too.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Let's head back to the Haven before Maria changes her mind. Noel's there on his own.
Bryan will step up beside Ray in front of Maria. Look down. Truly am sorry.
Maria keeps down. He's got white knuckle on that baseball bat she still has. Talk.
Like another
Focus on putting one foot
in the
in
way.
front of the other.
Bryan will step beside Ray, putting himself between anything else and Maria.
Oh. Shall we make sure the thing doesn't devour our friend?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Cool.
In the meantime, Noel, you've walked into the house with a case at your side. And you see the woman sitting across from everything else in the house, across the table. And she looks at you as you're walking in. Hello.
So she's at the table, you said?
She's sitting at the table. Looks as though she's waiting for something.
Good evening. Veronica, yes?
That is me. And who are you?
My name is Noel. And he would actually come to rest the case against the table where he's sitting and come to sit. I must apologize for my coterie mates' behavior. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit going on here, and tensions are running a little high.
It seems I do a lot of that.
Well, I mean, I suppose it's not too often that we have a as far as I'm aware, at least a former member of the Sabbat in our coterie house.
And what do you know?
I know many things, Miss
As to-
Veronica of Clan Zamisi. I know many things.
As do I.
I know that long ago you used to be very buddy-buddy with one Carnage.
What's happened
I also
to him?
know... I'll happily get to that in a moment.
No, tell me now.
As you wish. One of our coterie mates had taken his child, Benji Cortez, to meet him. Something that they had both wanted. Carnage had been wanting to reconnect with Benji for a little while. However, put two Bruja, one who definitely doesn't like the other, anywhere within the same vicinity, and well, you're bound to know what happens next.
Yes, I'm very aware of the kinds of things that happen next.
And it just so happens that said coterie mate was caught in, well, the analogy I like to use is she was the filling in that raging Bruja sandwich.
You and your coterie seem to like amusing anecdotes.
Simply put, I find nothing amusing in it.
And yet you try to cover what it is that you're trying to say with humor.
Oh no, I believe the analogy is completely clear.
The analogy is clear, but is it necessary?
I would think so. Because anything worth doing is worth doing with a little bit of style. Now, from reports that I have heard, both my coterie mate and Carnage were put into torpor by Benji.
He
From
always
my
had
coterie mate,
potential.
and from my coterie mate's account, as she was fading in and out of consciousness, at one point he was in the car stopped, she blacked out, next thing she knows the car is moving again and Carnage isn't there. If you would like a personal theory, I believe Benji diablerized his sire.
That would make sense. The kind of ties that a pack has to one another. Do you know how strong those bonds go?
I am aware that there is a level of mystical enforcement. How far that goes, no clue.
Then allow me to enlighten you. You see, the bonds of a pack go beyond the physical. They go beyond the spiritual. You are forever linked. No other could press their blood upon you and command you. While it does enforce loyalty, it creates a bond that is familial in nature, the closest thing that any Canite can experience.
Some kind of ritualistically enforced mass blood bonding scene.
And when one of those links is severed, you feel it. It's like an emptiness in you.
And I'm assuming that's why you're here.
A part of me is missing. A part of me is gone from this world, and I need to know why. Because as much as I hated him, he was a traitor. He was manipulated. He was turned against us in the time that we were apart. But I still loved him.
That is somewhat of an ironic thought, considering the last time that I spoke to Carnage, he had actually shown the exact same sentiments about you.
Ironic, isn't it?
Well, yes. Exactly so. But I suppose then that you would be looking for Benji.
He is family.
Trust me, he gets one look at you and he's going to want to make you disappear. In fact, he had the same thoughts about that coterie mate of mine.
As I have about him. Because if he is responsible for removing Carnage from this world, then as much as it would pain me to do so, I would have to do the same.
One good turn deserves another and all that. But then...
Benji had potential.
Had potential.
Still does. He is a man
But
carving his own path. I cannot fault him
Mm.
for that.
Yes, but then you know that every inch of blood that flows through his veins would scream at even the slightest notion of following a path like that one. But I
You
think
don't know Benji. Not like I do. Benji
I
was a
wouldn't
member
say
of
that.
our pack. And he reveled in it.
And yet something happened to him.
He was stolen.
Well, all I can say is that I don't think he feels the same as when you last saw him. But, Veronica,
Mr. Stoneford.
oh, so you know who I am.
Like I said, I know a lot of things.
Then maybe, just maybe, we can come to a form of quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo.
Yes. You scratch your back, I scratch mine. I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of situation.
I think you had it correct the first time.
You see,
It
I have some
amuses me that
information
you
that
try and correct yourself.
Well, either way. I have some information that I think you would be looking for. You would wish to know where Benji is, correct?
I would.
And I would be more than happy to give you a list of locations whereupon you could search for the man. Because right now, I don't have very many nice things to say about Benji. There is something, however, that I would wish to know from you in return. Information for information.
I am not incapable of striking up a deal. I'm not a savage.
My ask would be this. I wish to know of the clan of dragons and what it is they're truly capable of.
As you said, you have one among you.
Oh yes, but she wouldn't know the first thing about her own clan. And something deep inside tells me that with a grave dug in the middle of nowhere and a shovel to the back of the head, that you had something to do with that.
The tactics of war are brutal. And when you fight a war against the Camarilla, casualties are bound to happen.
Yes, but then who is left to care for the casualties? the men who come home from overseas having lost their legs to a landmine, or the kindred who were born into this world not knowing what it is they are, let alone what it is that they're capable of.
You can blame your own anarchs for that one. I had every intention of collecting every single one of my blooms.
Yes, and most likely turning them towards the path of the Sabbat, which, yes, would upset most people. Understandably so, considering, well, such noise is probably what's led to the current situation. But that's not something that I'm going to get into.
I do not abandon what is mine.
I never said that you did. I never implied that you did. But I would implore you for one moment to see things from the perspective of the one that you put in that grave.
I know that perspective. I was born similarly.
Then you would know that she is absolutely terrified of you.
As she should be. We are monsters, Mr. Stoneford. You pretend not to be.
You are right, Veronica. We are monsters. That is a truth that I will be unable to escape until the day I turn to ash.
It is the lie that you do to yourselves when it comes to your own needs and wants and desires.
No. I think there's something else here that's missing. And it's very simple. When two kindred sit down and talk to each other, they stare for long into an abyss they are both wholly foreign to and yet intimately familiar with. And it is the choice of that kindred how long you stare into that abyss and what kinds of abyss you stare into. Simply put, I have a vested interest in my coterie mate to help her become the best that she can be. For she feels that God has forsaken her, and quite frankly, he has. And considering I do not think that she will talk to you openly about such things, I wish to give her the answers she's so desperately seeking. Because fear is a powerful teacher. Pain, even more so. But when that is the only tactic that one uses, it sours one to the prospect of learning further. You talk about a bloom, Veronica. Simply put, I wish to see her bloom as well. And to do that, she needs to know what she's capable of.
There's no way you could know.
There's no way I could know.
None whatsoever. Little Assamite.
See, you say that. But the thing is, I don't need to teach her how to craft the flesh. She knows how to do that well enough on her own. No. I'm referring to other secrets. Because there's more, so much more to Clan Zamisi than that. They wouldn't be spoken about with such fearful reverence if there wasn't. In fact, Carnage, weirdly enough, was nice enough to share with me a story of one such thing.
Please indulge me.
The ways of repurposing people.
He might have been speaking of my sire. I do not have that skill.
It
I am
also...
a crafter of self, not of others.
But see, you know of the existence of such things in a deeper respect than I do. He talked of humans being outfitted for war.
If you're willing to set aside your notions of humanity and embrace the monster that you are, that they're cattle meant to be sculpted, meant to be used as fleshy food, if you set aside the lies that you tell yourself, then yes. Then yes, you could use them as tools.
He also spoke of one other thing. A war engine of some kind. Something monstrous.
It is possible, yes.
I see.
But as I said, I am not a crafter of others.
No. As you have said. But see, this is information that your Bloom, I'm sure, would be interested in knowing.
I will share what I
And-
can, but my experience is limited. Personal
That
experience is limited.
is fine.
And that's about when, Noel, you hear a vehicle driving up towards the house. And you look outside and it's Jude's vehicle.
That will be the others.
Don't let me stop you from welcoming them home.
They all know that you are here. It is fine. They also know that I am here talking to you right now. But you have given me some information, and I will give you information in kind. The domain of Sanctuary is where you are most likely to find Benji Cortez. It's not a big domain, so there's not many places to look.
How interesting.
I will warn you, however, that the other kindred within that domain are under the protection of the Baron of that area. Hurting them will cause you major inconveniences I am sure you do not wish to deal with.
No, I am sure. But we are
But
capable of being patient.
Now, I get the feeling that door is about to open in a few seconds and there is going to be a family reunion. Be gentle. And Noel just looks through the door, just waiting for it to open.
And eventually it does. And the four who were driving come into this location. First with Bryan and Jude, and next with Ray, then Maria.
Bryan will position himself so that Maria can see Veronica, but keep himself between the two of them.
And as always, Ray is very much present between them as well. Veronica, am I correct?
You are correct.
Wish I could say it was nice to meet you, but, well,
But it's not.
yeah. How you doing?
I'm well.
Glad to hear it. I take you looking for carnage.
As I'm sure the news has gotten around.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Maria here got in the middle of them.
As I heard.
Yeah. Is there another reason why you're here?
No.
I'm glad to hear it.
Simply
Ray
seeking
cast-
information.
Ray casts a quick glance over at Maria to check on her.
This would be the first time that she's ever seen a Veronica with a human face. Would that be correct?
It would.
She's keeping her head low. She eyes are on Veronica. Bat in hand and terrified of the prospect of having to use it right now.
What kind of information are you after?
I believe Mr. Stoneford has given me what I need.
Alright. Well, with all due respect, I will have to rescind the invitation onto this property. If you could please leave at short notice, that would be fantastic.
Veronica just kind of looks over towards you, Maria. Those eyes do look familiar.
That's all I can do to try and end up keeping myself running. Takes a moment before she speaks up. Why are you staring at me like that?
Just admiring.
Admiring what?
The beautiful flower you've bloomed into.
Killed me.
I did. I had no way of knowing that you would be a late bloomer.
What do you mean, beautiful flower? What are you talking about?
You were a seed that I planted.
You mean buried alive?
If you wish to see it that way, yes. But not alive.
You end up waking, try and scream every single night. I have to re-experience that every night I end up coming back. 'Cause you feel nothing.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Of course you don't. Don't. Carnage might have been a son of a bitch, but you're so much worse. You're so much worse, you know that? And you end up coming in here? Start to end up asking questions and
Asking questions about family. You'd understand. Because Carnage is missing.
what, you're just gonna bring him back?
That's not possible.
You don't know, can't know that.
I'm sorry to inform you, but he is no longer part of this world. I can feel it. He was just he was just as much a part of me as I'm a part of him. And a part of me is missing. That is how I know. We may have had our
Bryan,
disagreements, but I still cared about him. Bryan will what?
Bryan wants to insight this.
Go for it.
I'd also like to insight.
Body language.
You can do body language.
All right.
I want to know what she's after.
Okay.
Specialty desire.
Okay. Your individual specialties will flavor it the way it is. Maria, she's hard for you to read, but that could be because you're distracted by what it is that she is and who she is more than anything else. Bryan, you read that she is being truthful. She's not she's not lying to you about what it is that she knows about Carnage. And Jude, the desire you read off of her is she wants vengeance. She wants vengeance for Carnage. Because, like she said, she may have had disagreements with him, but she still cared. And it's pretty easy to read that. She does not hide behind lies.
So Carnage is gone. And you want vengeance. Right?
Yes.
That's clever. Take the last piece of him in the world out.
I think I know something.
Bryan looks at Jude very quizzically.
What do you know, little one? And I will return in kind.
Preferably, I want to make a deal. You don't go near Maria.
If that is her wish.
Agreeable? And Jude looks at Maria.
I don't want anything to do with you.
I know what will hurt Benji. Or, I guess. Scratch that. I don't know that part. Do I? No, I don't.
No.
Nope. I don't know anything about Carnage, per se. But I did hear a fight broke out. Am I correct?
3 have told the story, so I can only assume it's true.
Jude gives it like Ray and Noel both a quizzical question. Who was involved? Like that look, like, fill it in for me. Y'all aren't filling it in for me.
I wasn't there. I can't confirm.
As far as my knowledge goes, the only ones present were Benji, Carnage, and Maria.
That's right.
I spent some time out around Sanctuary. And I know a few things about the Kindred that way. I know Benji goes to this place called La Medianoche. It's a bar.
I should have assumed.
You should have assumed.
He's always been the type to go looking for those who are asking for trouble.
Yeah, he likes a fight. Bit of carnage that stuck with him. Carnage was a bit like that too, wasn't he?
Carnage was a man of faith.
Yeah, I'm disappointed I didn't get to ask him more about that.
He was a man who could guide the young among us into their true potential.
He'll certainly be missed.
Yes, he certainly will.
If I could make the suggestion. Why not go tit for tat? Benji took everything from you. Take everything from him.
Believe me, when I'm
Because
done, there will be nothing left.
an eye for an eye makes the world go blind.
It'll also
I'm
be very, very sad. I take no joy in it.
Well,
Maria
Well,
can end up seeming visibly frustrated at that particular line. Sorry for the interruption.
a world that doesn't see can't know pain. Can't perceive it.
Oh, that's not true anymore, little Jude. That's not true anymore.
Ignorance is bliss. And so
Bryan
is-
seeing Maria's discomfort will step a little closer.
That said, do you have what you need, Miss Veronica?
I've overstayed my welcome. I do not want to impose on the hospitality of my hosts. So I will make my leave. Thank you for being gracious hosts.
You are welcome. And I hope the rest of the evening finds you well enough.
Thank you, Mr. Stoneford. And she gets up from the table and starts heading towards the door.
Bryan will keep himself between her and Maria.
Ray actually moves after her in order to let her out and see that she has left.
She kind of looks back at you, Maria, and kind of softly, but sadly, smiles at you.
That I think I will inside. Don't make no sense.
She does seem sad. If a little. It's hard to gauge how much sadness she's actually feeling, but
What's with the look?
you are a beautiful bloom.
Keep saying that.
If you truly do not wish me to be present.
Oh.
I will acknowledge that.
Why would I want to think? Oh, looks like the pineapple under the sea and going.
Uh-oh.
I think that would be a good time for break.
Yes.
All right. Well, we shall return shortly, everyone. As Veronica is looking to step out the door and maybe converse shortly with the dear friends from the Iconoclast. So, we'll be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath. Veronica was just heading towards the door, passing the rest of these kindred on her way, kind of looking a little sadly, but respectfully at Maria, saying that if Maria truly wanted her to leave and never come back, she would respect those wishes. But if Maria has nothing to say to her, then she is going to simply walk out.
Ray follows behind, making sure to close the door behind them both.
Which leaves the others of you in the house.
Well, that went swimmingly, right?
Swimmingly
Right.
enough.
Yeah.
Turn to Maria. Do you truly wish her gone? You
so
have a
much I wanna. There's so much I wanna end up asking.
You have a
Can't.
I'll never have.
She thinks on that. Thinks back on what Bryan just said. Eternity's a very long time to not know what you are. Not quite. She has answers at the very least. That is the woman who ended up burying Maria alive. Left her starved and deranged. Threat at one point to San Antonio itself. Can't even answer. Truth. Maybe she's scared to answer. She kinda has a defeated look. Starts to make a weird basement. Maybe she's just trying to put her head out of the question, but rather than put the question out of her head. to make sure Nicole's all right. At least, not her. Not Veronica. Not.
Bryan will give her some space, but just remind her, these chances don't come around all day. You still have a chance to get those answers. Whether they're what you like or not, at least they're answers.
Maria doesn't respond. She's lost in her own head. She's trying to end up finding some way to reconcile this. Bryan's absolutely right. She knows this as she starts to make her way downstairs, looking towards that blood-bound waitress looking for her. Cole. Her first real project, the first flesh that was not her own that she started to learn her craft upon.
And you do find her down there, practicing the forms that Bryan's been teaching her. Headphones on. She might be listening to music. She doesn't seem to notice that you're coming down the stairs until one of the forms has her turning around, and she immediately takes the headphones off and smiles brightly. I didn't realize you were home.
It's alright, I didn't want to interrupt. She stops and realizes what she's about to say. Maybe she means it. Maybe she just doesn't know how to express it more coldly. I just wanted to end up seeing if you're okay.
Why would I not be okay?
She just walks up. Holds her. Holds her in a way like a little girl would hold a doll, but holds her nevertheless.
And Nicole's arms wrap around you in a very caring and affectionate way.
And it might take me a bit to remind myself that she's enslaved to my blood. Her will's not her own. She's doing this off of an addiction. Why can't she just about that for a moment? Just enjoy a moment. Something that she can't think like. She takes a moment and starts to kind of poke and prod at the muscle groups, trying to see if there's development, trying to see if she has any strength left after the feeding, after the training. I just want you to admit, I wanted to make sure. You've been working so hard for me.
She kind of releases you for a moment and kind of cups your cheeks in her hands, your very cold cheeks in her warm hands, and kind of looks you in the eyes. What's wrong?
A lot. But nothing you need to worry about right now.
You come downstairs and you say things like I'm just making sure you're okay? And I'm not supposed to worry?
I just came down to get my tool. Truck's all beat up.
Talk to me, please.
when you need to know, you know. But I'd rather remember you. I got plans for you. I have plans. So unanimous, son. Want to make you fly like the angel.
Okay. You will tell me one day, right?
One day.
Because I can't help but worry about you.
You're doing as I asked. Focus your attention on that. I need your health. I need you strong. And then we'll get back to it.
I've been doing better about that.
When I'm fully recovered from other ordeals. I want you to impress me.
Okay.
She pats this blood-starved sycophant on the head. Looks at her.
Please take care of yourself. I don't know what I would do without you.
I don't know either. She puts down the bat on the workshop table, starts pulling out a tool truck. Well, least you can do is give me a hand.
I can do that.
He's off to end fixing the truck to get ready to end driving out to Lisa.
Do the three of you who are left upstairs have anything more to say?
Bryan will step out back, the opposite direction of Veronica and Ray, and call Chisholm.
And if you're wanting to set up a meeting, he is absolutely able to do so.
Yes. Absolutely.
Noel, Jude?
And then head back.
I'm not sure at the moment, actually.
Okay, we can always come back to that.
Pause for a minute. Come back to this after you get to Ray and Veronica, but Bryan comes back in, will want to talk to Noel.
Okay. Then...
Jude is going to talk to Noel for just a sec.
Okay.
You only really know how to get into a lot of trouble. Or does it just find you?
What, are you referring to Veronica, or...?
It's no secret. People talk about this domain, this part of the city. Don't go here. Don't go around here. I was around on Svenskau's domain place for so long. Yay long. It's hard to get out of the gossip. Especially when that's primarily what keeps a lot of the people alive down there, so...
The natures of a Toriad or Baron and their constituents. If you would like me to be frank with you, Jude, we are the kindred who are, in the eyes of the powers that be, better swept under the rug, because for us to realize any kind of potential means that we become exceptionally dangerous. I mean, have you taken stock of who's here?
I mean, I figured that much. I just figured, considering the circumstances, it would be a little more covert.
Oh, we tried that.
Try.
We tried that. Oh yeah, no, we tried that. Then, Hunter showed up.
So, Hunter showed up. You handled that situation. And now, following that, immediately, we've got enemies upon enemies. Why did the bodyguard in Baron von Sventgau's domain come
Here?
fight? Yeah. Was that just for carnage?
Yep.
What was their relation? What was the point?
Carnage was Benji's sire.
When he was pissed he died?
Not so much. More... They wanted him to go one way, and other people wanted him to go another way, and he ended up not going Carnage's way. And, well, I don't know, something happened, and now Benji hated Carnage with a burning passion. I don't really know the situation there, if I'm being honest. It's not my job to know.
We just know that he beat the fuck out of Maria, too. Well, that might cause trouble. Said, what did she tell you?
She gave me information that I wanted to know about her clan. And about the things that they're capable of. I'm also aware that Veronica wasn't lying when she said that she could feel that Carnage had disappeared from this world. The Sabbat seemingly used some kind of mystical enforcement of loyalty that makes a bond between every member of a pack. So when one disappears, whether they're dead or diablerized, the rest feel it.
That's what... Oh, power. I'm gonna see if I have dots in occult really fast. I have none.
Nope.
That would be useless to me.
I have three. 3 dots that are called.
Seems to make sense.
Anything like a blood bond? Is it something like that?
That, but also...
On steroids?
Yeah.
Oh. Did you get the information you needed at least? So I think we probably, more than likely, are starting a vampire gang war. If you think about it.
Hmm.
What was playing low? I think vampire gang wars are counterintuitive to laying low.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Jude just looks at the stairwell. Concerns. She's all right.
For now.
She will be.
For now, we'll leave these three behind. And check in with Ray as she follows Veronica out of the house.
If you don't mind, Veronica, I'll be escorting you to the edge of our domain.
That's fine.
You know, Maria's shit scared of you. She says as they start to walk.
I know.
Yeah. Imagine clawing your way out of your own grave is gonna do that.
Yes, I had no intention of leaving her there.
She, got picked up by a couple of people here in the domain.
Likely the same ones that drove me off.
Who was it that drove you off?
A woman with long purple braids, and another with
Yeah.
messy black hair, along with several others. But those two, they were distinct. I've
Sounds
kept
like
my
somebody
eye
I
on
know.
them. I have no quarrel with them.
You know, when Maria heard that you were here, she ran. Took off for the hills. I don't like the fact that she was that scared.
You should be.
Me? There's no point in being scared. If you're gonna kill me, you'd have already done it.
No, the thing you should be scared of is while carnage was much like a cannon, I am a scalpel. Precise.
Hello, am I back?
Yeah.
You're back.
So I heard is wild carnage, and then it dropped out.
Carnage is a cannon. Veronica's scalpel.
Yeah.
He makes a big mess about things when he's upset. I bide my time.
Yeah, He told me a few things. Your kind likes to dig in. Likes to
Establish
wait.
roots.
Likes to build.
Establish roots like a tree. Sometimes literally.
Have you got roots established? Yet?
What makes you think I haven't been since the day I arrived?
Yeah, I thought as much.
Then
Look,
why ask me silly questions?
Maria, you and yours talk about family, right? Well, that's what Maria is to me.
Then you must
You're the
understand what it
one-
is that I feel.
To an extent. You're the one that made her. You're her sire. And as much as she's terrified of you, there are things you can tell her that nobody else can.
And as I said, if she would like me to leave and never come back, I will respect her wishes. This is her claim.
Yeah, that's right. It is hers.
Far be it for me to step on another dragon's toes.
Yeah. Where can I find you if I need you? If she needs you?
If she needs me, tell her to go to the place where we first met.
Right.
Not the grave. The first place. She'll
The
know what I
first
mean.
place.
She'll know what I mean. Until then,
I hope so.
I will simply wait. I have a feeling that you're going to tell others about my presence here. You can do with that information what you wish.
Was gonna. Being Anarch. It's not the same as being Camarilla. But it's not a far cry from it. There's still a political game to be had. I'd much prefer to do things with my fists.
Then do what you
But
must.
that's not always the best option.
Do what you must for your family.
Oh, I intend to. If you happen to need to talk to me, look for my mark. And Ray would show her one of the marks that she's placed as they're leaving.
I'll come find you when you do.
Send an animal. I heard our clans have that at much in common, at least. Assuming you've got that gift.
Some of it.
Yeah.
Until such a time, I bid you a pleasant night.
You too, Veronica. Try not to rock the boat too much.
That was never my style. My style was more precise than that. And she begins to walk out of the domain. Out into the night, into the dark.
What a piece of work. Ray turns around, makes her way back for the haven. In her pocket, she's still got that number that Benji gave her for La Medianoche.
That she does.
She's gonna have to give him a call. Not what she'd intended to use this number for, but time to pay Mr. Cortez a visit, I think.
Are you intending to make that call tonight?
Absolutely. She'll probably have to borrow the phone of one of the others, but that works.
All right. You make your way back to the house where everyone is present.
Hey, Noel. Let me borrow your phone.
Who is that asked to? Sorry?
No.
You.
Ah, yes, and he'll hand it over.
She puts in the number. And rings La Medianoche.
You get a voice on the line about a second into the call. And when you tell them that you want to talk to the big guy, as you've been instructed, you hear a familiar voice on the other line. Yeah?
Hey, Benji. It's Ray Wilson.
Oh, hi.
I'd like to pop around and pay you a visit, if you don't mind. Got some things I'd like to discuss.
Okay. When?
Tonight. Earliest convenience.
I mean, I'm here, so you might as well pop by the bar.
Right, I'm on my way. See you then, Benji.
Alright. And the phone goes dead.
Veronica said to, do with the information what we will. I figure it's only fair that Benji knows that she's coming.
Why?
Even the playing field. Besides, it's always good to be in their good books, right?
Why would you possibly offer him any information after what he did to Maria?
Because it keeps us in the good books of the Queen Bee.
We don't live in her domain. What's it mean to us?
We don't just need our domain, we need her domain, we need the other domains in the area.
It would also undo all of the work that I put in.
If we've got hunters, the last thing we need to be doing is building enemies amongst kindred.
And Maria, that's when you're about coming up the stairs.
Maria's carrying a bunch of tools. Sure, Cole's right behind her. Probably trying to lug something heavier than she should. Maria tries to pay it no mind. I just gotta end up getting that truck ready.
All right. I want to have a chat with you in a bit, Maria.
I'll be pulling engines for probably the next 20 minutes minimum.
That's all right. I've got to go see Cortez.
Why?
We want to stay in the good books of the Baron there, and he's a key part of that.
Maria looks like she's about to say something. On like a snap decision, stops. Yeah. Alright. Best luck to you there.
Thank you.
Stops engaging. Starts walking outside the truck.
Wow.
Also, bit of news for you, New Blood. Noel and I went and talked to Baron Velda earlier on tonight. She said that Madam is alive and being kept safe.
Oh.
But she'd prefer the information stay hush-hush.
I got it. How do you know she wasn't lying?
It'd really benefit her to do so.
Suppose that's fair. Alright.
But you seem kind of reliable. So as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome back here.
Alright. I appreciate it. I guess if you need to reach me, Jude just takes a piece of paper, writes down their number, and slides it across the table. You can get a hold of me here.
And if you need me, you can always look for my mark. And Ray would write down her mark. I don't use phones. Not normally. Right. Well, I'm gonna go pay Mr. Cortez a visit.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Probably gonna need it.
Suppose I'll see myself out for the night. I have to go make some visits.
Be well. Be safe.
Be safe.
To the rest of you. I think you all need it more than me.
Not incorrect.
Bryan just grins.
Well, you've been involved with us now, so some of that might rub off.
Huh. Ooh, you know, that's a good point. I don't know if I'm quite prepared for the same fun you all seem to get into every night. Guess I'm gonna have to be.
Mm. Welcome to hell.
All right.
We'll be your
I'm
wonderful
out.
guides.
Hell. Gonna have to be a hell of a lot colder if it wants me out. Jude walks out the door and is beelining strictly for Noah's dormitories.
All right.
Ray would also walk out at about the same time and head for her vehicle and head for La Medianoche.
Maria's headed off to go visit with Lisa. Bryan, are you headed off somewhere? You're headed off to go see Chisholm. Noel, what are you doing?
That's a thing. Just before Maria does actually no, it can wait until after she gets back for that. Damn. What am I doing? That's a very good question. I think I'm gonna spend this time to go over the things that I learned tonight. See if I can't put some more things together in this eternally bloodied jigsaw board of kindred lore that I've kind of stuck myself into.
Yes, you have. You have uncovered a broad web of things. So what are you trying to learn?
I think I am going to start in the place that would have been related to who I was going to speak to, and that's with everything to do with what I learned about the capabilities of Clan Samisi. Specifically looking into the thoughts that one could use the abilities granted to the Samisi, their signature, to turn people into war machines, pretty much, and the things that extend on from that.
Okay.
Because I've had enough prompting now. You know, Carnage was like, "Oh, these are stories," and now talking to Veronica, Veronica's like, "I can't do it, but the stories are true. These things exist." Now Noel's left with the thought of, well, now I gotta do research.
Yep. And research you shall. So, we will follow our good friend Ray for a moment out to La Medianoche, where the delightful Mr. Cortez is meeting her. Ray, you're let into the bar by a gentleman with a very long beard, but he does say that closing time is coming up soon. So he's not sure how long you're going to stay.
Hopefully I won't be here long, mate.
But you do walk in, and you do see Benji kind of sitting on his own in one of the bar tables in a booth. And this place is just, it looks awful.
Looks like my kind of place. Bit grungy,
Bit unfinished
bit fun,
looking.
bit fun. How's Benji looking? How beat up?
He's recovered. Some. How much, you're not sure. He's at least got a coating of skin over everything. So there's that.
Yeah. Still pisses me off about what he did to Maria, but what's done is done. Gotta focus on the now. She makes her way over, slides into the seat across from him. Hey, Benji.
Hi. You wanted to talk?
Yeah, I did. Just had a visit from somebody who might be an old acquaintance of yours.
Oh, great.
Yeah, seems like carnage disappearing off the face of the earth pulled somebody else into the picture.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Come off it, Benji, you know what I mean.
No,
Carnage is gone.
okay. What? You expect me to be sad about that?
You're not the one that did him in?
Why would you think I'm the one who did him in?
As far as I know, you were the last one that knew anything about where he was. You're the last one that saw him alive. Well,
Semantics.
yeah.
But, no.
Right. So who was?
I was just told to drop him off somewhere. That's all I did.
By
What
who?
Who do you think?
Look, mate, I don't know.
I work for the Baron. Who do you think?
Right, because, one of his, coterie mates has come looking for the one that did him in. Maria's sire, Veronica.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
And as far as anyone knows, you were the last one that saw him. So guess who she's coming after?
Oh, great. I am... Okay. I'm not sure how to take this information. I'm not sure that I can necessarily believe you.
That makes two of us.
Why should I?
Why should I deliver this information to you? I've got every reason to hate your guts right now. You hurt somebody that I care about.
I didn't do shit.
You didn't do shit.
No, it was
You weren't
Carnage.
you weren't involved in tearing Maria piece to piece.
No, it was Carnage who did that. She's the one who... He got involved. I just wanted to have a conversation. He threw fists. I threw fists back.
Yep, and Maria got in the middle of it. You were involved.
Involved, but I didn't hurt her.
Yeah, can I trust that though?
You trust whatever you damn well please.
Exactly. But instead, I'm here giving you a heads up that somebody might be after your ass.
I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Who is it? You said Maria
I
Sire,
already
but
said. Veronica is the name she goes by. Samitsi. Somebody from Carnage's pack.
you see him trying to rack his brain a little bit for who that might be.
Apparently she knows you pretty damn well. Apparently you were signed on to their pack at one point.
Nobody else knows about that.
She does.
I've only told a handful of people, and I trust those people not to spit their... to just go throwing that kind of information around willy-nilly. So, you heard it from this Veronica person?
Yep.
Okay.
Apparently she knows you.
I don't remember who that is.
Well, there you go.
You can see him, you can kind of see... Oh, are you breaking up?
Yeah, there's a little bit of breaking up. Give it a sec.
Yeah. Are you back, Mokes? Mokes?
Nope, I think
It's
the internet might be throwing a fit.
big ol' fit, yeah.
Yeah, big old fit.
Big ol' fit.
So just give it a moment. She'll be back.
Oh no.
In the meantime, I'm gonna roll a craft check.
Yes. Roll me a craft. A dexterity craft. For putting the engine back together. That's not bad. You might be a little rusty, but you're able to put together what you can in order to get the...
I would have laughed if that was a bestial crit. How does a beast fix an engine?
It don't.
Russian components, American components, all made in Taiwan.
All of it.
Yes, that is exactly it. Yes.
The trick is you just remove the muffler. Loudest, most
I'm back.
obnoxious machine.
There we go.
Hi, I'm back.
Yay, you're back. Welcome
I'm
back.
sorry.
Ben,
It died.
I was just describing that Benji's kind of looking around the building, kind of putting two and two together, it looks like. He's putting together something in his head. And he's not being very very covert about it.
Got something you want to share?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust you enough with it just at this moment.
That's fair.
I appreciate the information.
I figure
I have some things to think about.
I want to point something out to you as well.
Right.
And I think you and Maria could benefit from knowing one another just a little bit better.
I have no ill will towards her.
Yeah, but just let me finish what I'm saying. You see, you clearly didn't like Carnage. Clearly. She doesn't seem to like her sire either. Seems to be a thing with those with sires involved in that particular faction. Would I be wrong?
To be honest, I don't know.
At least from that particular group. Maybe it's something you and Maria could bond over. I know she's been looking for people that can give her guidance. Maybe if you could make her not terrified of you, might be worthwhile thinking about.
I mean, I was more than willing to bring her into this domain if she's really not feeling at home at Jameson's. I meant it.
Honestly, none of us are feeling at home in Jameson's domain. Not truly. Fuck, we've got eyes on us all the time. People looking over our shoulders.
I mean, you're the misfits. You're from
Exactly.
everywhere.
Exactly.
You're not from here. So we gotta keep an eye on you.
Very hard to feel at home anywhere while that's the case. And for Maria, it's worse because of who her parentage is. I think you'd understand that.
Yeah, I think I would.
So maybe it's something that you and her can form some kind of bond over. And maybe, just maybe, you might be able to help guide her. Just something to think on. By the way, if you ever hurt her again, if you're ever involved in hurting her again, I won't be so cordial.
I can respect that.
Yeah. Alright, well that's all I had to say.
You've given me a lot to think about.
Well, keep me in the loop, won't you? I want to know about this woman as much as anybody else.
Me too.
Especially since she's involved with Maria.
Tit for tat. Keep me informed too.
I'll do my best.
I can work with that.
By the way, the rest of my coterie shares a similar dislike right now. So you might want to try to avoid them. Just a little bit.
Yeah. I don't plan on stepping on anybody else's toes.
Good choice.
I was just cleaning up a mess. That's all I was doing.
Cleanup got a little messy in itself.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, you have a good night.
You too.
And with that, Ray gets up to head out to leave.
Bryan, where are you meeting Chisholm?
Soon, because I wanted it a private conversation, I was going to meet him at the coterie house where we first met.
At the coterie house? Alright, so Noel would be in his...
Unless Chisholm...
Noel would be around if you want him to be around.
He's waiting on Chisholm to arrive. He'll have gone to find Noel. Noel's in his room doing research, I take it?
Yep.
Yep.
Knock on the door.
Yeah. You hear from behind the door.
You got a second?
Yeah, just a second. I need to put this away unless someone walk up here. And you hear the sounds of several books being placed back on a shelf before, and some papers being moved before he opens the door. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. I wanted to have a question with you. No, conversation.
All right.
You mentioned earlier me being a caitiff.
Mm-hmm.
Me closer to Cain. Something about my blood being more malleable or accepting. What did you mean by that?
Well, that's simple. You see that each clan has their specific signatures. Like, a very good example would be that those of Clan Bruja normally exhibit exceptional strength, exceptional speed, and the ability to influence others through suggestion and coercion.
Okay.
And the same is true for other clans. They all have these things that they're all good at doing. Some of them you can only find within that clan. For example, Maria's ability to shape flesh, the flesh of others. And my own gifts. Now,
Like what?
you saw what I did to my sword when we went to the house and sanctuary, yes?
I saw you coat the sword with your blood. And saw it turn black.
It is an ability that I possess to turn my blood into a potent poison. A poison that hurts kindred and induces immediate unconsciousness in mortals.
Alright. Brian's
And it is
very
something that-
enwrapped in this.
And it is something that, as far as I am aware, is unique to my clan and one other. I believe the Warlocks, Clan Tremere, are the only other ones who can learn something similar. But as a caitiff,
Okay.
you have no such hard programming. The way that I'll put it. When you have a look at what you're capable of, the abilities that you're capable of narrowed you down to 3 clans. Because mostly, a caitiff from a particular lineage will usually inherit 1 or 2 of the abilities that their sire possessed. But then there's 1 or 2, depending on how many they inherit, that are different.
All right.
It is how that ambiguity comes in where your lineage actually comes from, and it's why I was able to narrow it down to 1 of 3. Before, we identified it for sure, thanks to the help of my sire.
Right.
What
Brian's
I
still
mean,
scratching his.
what I mean by this flexibility is that think of Vitae quite a bit like a mold. You pour Vitae into a mold. Yeah, think of Vitae as metal and a clan as a mold. You pour Vitae into the mold and it turns into whatever.
So how does that make me a no mold? No programming for you.
You are special in that, and caitiff are special in that when you try to add something to a mold, try to add detailing to a mold, add in something else to where Vitae could go to forge something new. It's very difficult. But for you, your mold is flexible. Because you don't fit the regular mold that you were poured into originally. If you did, you wouldn't be caitiff, you would be La Sombra. So, because your mold is so flexible, it's easier to add things to it. It is a flexibility not owed to that of any other kindred. And within that, it means that caitiff their molds are exceptionally accepting of the addition of new abilities from the Vitae of other kindred.
Okay. So by being clanless, feed, I have the ability to take other abilities that are, by your words and definition, restricted for one as such as yourself. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm saying that possibility exists, but it's a lot more difficult than that. To add something
This
at
whole
all.
existence.
Well, yes, it is. But to add something at all, you must first consume the vitae. Even just a drop would do. Of a member of our race, a kindred that knows such ability or has access to such ability. For example, you're not going to learn Maria's ability to craft flesh if you drank from, say, Benji.
Right.
The next thing you need is human blood. You need a human blood with a... Actually, before I continue that, Coffee, could I please make an intelligence occult to see what I know about the concept of resonance?
Yes, go for it.
Just so I don't say something that I don't know. And I could actually add +1 because I'm in a haven that has actually has a blood sorcery library.
Library, yep.
Is it 1? Yeah, no, it's 1 dot, I believe.
Yeah, it's a 1 dot library.
Yep. It is a 1 dot. I just want to make sure that it's 1 if it's 1 dice, or if it's like 2 dice and the number of dots is the number of skills it covers. Where is it? Haven. Library. Adds 1 to the dice pool for research,
Yes.
academics, investigation, or occult specialty. Yeah. Okay. So it is 1. 3 successes.
Especially because you've experimented with that a little bit yourself. That's something that you would know.
Okay. The next thing that is required, Bryan, is the human blood of a particular flavor. The formal term is resonance. This is the catalyst that lights the fire within the vitae to provide you with access to such abilities. For example, from my own research, those with a calm and calculating demeanor tend to be able to light the fire for certain abilities involving supernatural sight and command. The final thing you need is a teacher to teach you how to use the powers that you wish to control. Of course.
Given how I feed, how I consume vitae, how would a human resonance or vitae play into that? They're not kindred.
No, but you would still have to drink from them. Unfortunately, as far as I am aware, kindred do not hold a resonance. Not unless they had themselves have drunken from a human of a particularly powerful saturation of a particular resonance. And even then, there's no guarantee. Of course, there's also the shortcut. But if you take that, you would be dying.
That being?
Diablerie. The consumption of another kindred's essence will pass their knowledge of the things that they know along to you. But it comes with its own risks, many, varied, and I would not take them. And second, I already told you that if you did, well, you know what would happen. And I stand by that.
Bryan just nods, lost in thought. Mentally going over the pumps are essentially primed. I have to find a vitae that doesn't really stay down. And a teacher.
Seems like a lot of work, don't it? Could just eat him.
How about more? Hell of a lot more than I expected.
I will say though, just as an out-of-character point for you, Mojo, you did technically pick up the pilot light for Oblivion this session. And drinking Kindred Vitae doesn't have resonance, and Oblivion thrives in the lack of resonance. So there's that. But Noel is simply sitting there, well, standing there. Does that answer your question as to what I meant by malleable? Because from what I've read, it seems that doing such a thing comes a little easier to Kadif than it does to other kindred.
Bryan is still confused. Stuck on the contradiction of eating kindred and consuming human blood that he knows, at least in his experience, makes him sick and doesn't stay down. Trying to figure out how that would work. If it works.
You know, that is fair. I can't even fault you for that. That is fair. It's not my place to say on that one.
Bryan will just turn around and wander off on his own, lost in thought, thinking over what you've told him. Trying to figure out how that would work.
Alright then. Good talk. And Noel is gonna, I guess, close the door and get back.
What, Bryan?
What was that? What was that, Bryan?
Bryan's not even paying attention to Noel at the moment. He's just turned around, lost in thought.
Yep. But
Here's the door.
Just...
Oh,
yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Continues one.
And so Brad's gonna continue wandering.
Back downstairs.
Jude, were you wanting to do something specific with Noah?
Mostly checking on him. drive up to the parking lot just outside his dorms. It's this large building, like very much like an apartment, but it has this very industrial feel to it. I suppose it's just part of the scholastic environment to always look like a prison. But look at the time. It's late.
It is pretty late.
I always got home late. I always feel bad. The only times I can see him. Even when I was alive. There's a thought running through my head. Blood bonding. What it means. What it does. I think that's what Angel did.
He recovered
me.
remarkably well.
And to Noah. He did. He healed fast as hell.
A car crash that could have cost him his legs. But it didn't. Instead, he's up and walking about and thriving in the scholastic fields.
He's doing great. Oh man, that future is looking bright. Baby boy. He's doing so good. What's the cost?
Remember Angel's words. You'll be walking through hell.
Fuck. I was thinking about Whip earlier today. Did the same thing to him.
You did. How does that weigh on your conscience, Jude?
I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means right now. There was hunger in his eyes. And I'm alone. And I have carve my place in this city. And amongst this nightmare, the undead. If I'm gonna have any chance, if Noah's gonna have any chance, Sabat.
They're a threat.
Veronica. She's like a walking hurricane.
that could spiral at any moment and pick up speed if she so desired.
Good. I could. But as long as she's around. There's a lot of things could be handled intravenously. No. Think about that. Oh, fuck. I open up my car door, close it, use the key, fob, and lock it. Walk towards the dimly lit apartment buildings, the dorms. Head up a couple floors. Find Noah's. I don't want to wake up his roommates, so I just lean against the wall. I give him a call. Wake him up.
He answers the phone after a moment. It's kind of a long moment. Hey.
Hey, kiddo. I'm off work. Want to talk for a moment? Catch up?
Sure. Where are you?
I'm just outside. I thought I'd stop by, see how you're doing. We haven't talked for a couple nights, so I was getting a little worried.
Yeah, I'll be right out. I just need to get dressed.
All right. See you soon.
And the phone goes dead, and after a few moments, you see the red-headed, freckled, taller brother of yours.
God.
Stands about 3 inches taller than you.
Look at you, you're sprouting. God, yeah, I was thinking the crash would cut you down a couple inches.
Jeez. Wow. Morbid sense of humor much?
Hey, look. That was scary for both of us. I'm trying to cope with it the best way I know how.
Goddamn. Weirdo.
Here. Jude just slides down against the wall, pats the floor. Down for a sec.
And he sits down next to you.
What's been going on? What's new these days? How you holding up in school?
I'm doing alright. I mean, winter break's coming up, so there's that. But that also means finals. So, finals are this week.
Damn, buddy. You got some work ahead.
I think I got it, though.
Yeah? Think you can tough it out? Because if you can, winter break does mean we have Christmas.
Right, yeah.
Yeah? So, bear with me. What if I said that I have some ideas for a Christmas present? And you're gonna be kind of obsessed with it. You don't have any clue.
It's kind of cryptic. You've been a lot more cryptic lately. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. It's mostly work. Just keeping me really busy, but
Jude,
Hmm?
you don't have to do that anymore.
I do have to pay rent, and I do have to keep my own apartment stocked, food,
But
all the utility.
what if you get fucking hurt? I mean, it's not like you're like, I don't know. I mean, last time that you were talking about work was that you were, just taking any old person, any old client, and now I don't know if you've gone into like something upscale or something, because you deserve that.
I mean, I kind of got some part-time gigs going on. It's a little safer, very least.
Can't help but worry.
I know.
You're all I've got left.
You're all I've got left. You're my everything. Jude just holds his chin for a moment.
Are you using both Blush of Life?
Huh. You know, for the funsies of it, I forgot.
Holy shit, your hands are cold.
Oh, God. Sorry. No gloves. Car was cold.
This is the bullshit that I'm worried about, Jude. You're basically living out of your car and, taking on any old John. I mean, come on.
Calling me homeless? How rude. I do have an apartment.
Yet you barely spend any time at it. I go over there and your car's gone.
Got a point. Look, I'll try and make it up to you. I'll try and be around so you're not worrying all the time so much.
Are you even sure that you're going to be around for Christmas?
It is a promise. Dead set promise. Cross my heart.
You've always been working way too fucking much.
It's all the more reason. Hey, look. The side gigs that I've been working lately are I'm trying to pull everything together because I have a plan.
You always have a plan for me, but you never have a plan for you. It's not like
Because
Mom was there.
we're not talking about her. You're my priority, Noah.
You're not my parent, Jude.
But I did raise you. And continue to. As I need.
You're my sibling. I'm an adult now. I don't need a parent anymore.
Noah. You're still just a kid.
I'm fucking 19.
It's a kid. You're a kid.
And you're an old fart. You're 24. What the fuck?
Oh, snarky.
Hey.
She just pulls him in with their arm and just not doing it to hurt him, but more like just to mess with his hair.
Yeah. You fucking fogey.
Yeah. You're a little gas. Excuse you.
See, that's what I want. You fucking bitch.
Oh, look here, you little shit.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Ground me?
Drag your ass in the mud like when we were kids. Do you want the mud pit?
12. What the fuck?
Come on, it was.
Don't be so loud. It's like 4 in the morning.
Do you remember WWE? The one guy had like this big, like, ridiculous looking getup, and he had like the helmet and like, just this tattoo all across the tribal tattoo, and he's like, "I'm the Mud Slayer. I'm gonna take you to the mud pit." Like, do you remember that? We
I
watched
mean-
that show together.
I remember the toys. Not like we had pay-per-view.
What about your friend? No, we totally went to your friend Jimmy's, and we like.
Okay,
We
for
like
that one match. I remember that now. Okay.
Yeah. And then I dragged you in the local cul-de-sac mud pit for like 3 months afterwards.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're 18 and I'm 13, you weirdo.
It was worth it. Totally worth it. Put some chest on your hair. I mean, put some hair on your chest.
I thought I was the one who was gonna have brain damage from that whole ordeal.
God. This is why you need to keep going to school. I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm really glad.
You ever gonna go back for your GED?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it pretty soon here. Well needed, well required.
Because you're just as smart.
I'm street smart. It's a different kind of smart.
It's still smart.
You put a math textbook in front of me and I'm probably just fizz out, gone.
Do you ever need me to explain it to you?
Oh yeah? You're gonna tutor me.
I mean, I'm a computer science major.
Well then, Mr. Science Nerd. Computer guy. I'm holding you to that promise.
Fine.
You can hold me to Christmas.
Better not disappoint. Or I'm gonna disappoint you.
You better not. Boy, I will beat your ass. Alright. I got it. I promise I'll be there.
Alright.
And they lock fingers,
Pinky promise.
do 2 shakes. And
Your hands
you
are so fucking cold. Turn the damn heat on in your car.
Alright.
Get the fuck out of this cold. I'm going back inside.
Okay. I gotta get back. I've been trying to feed this cat in my local neighborhood. I don't want him to starve first thing in the morning, so...
Alright. Don't
Take
be a
care.
stranger.
I'll try not to be.
Like,
Who are
call... Fuck off. Stupid weirdo.
Take care, Noah.
And he just kind of smiles and goes back into the dorm. Being very quiet about closing the door.
I just watch him. And the door finally clicks shut. Start walking back to my car.
What's going through your mind, Jude?
I'm afraid. I'm so scared it's all gonna come back at him. Angel brought him back. I don't want to lose him.
From the brink of death?
Just feel like shit. I never lied to him before, and now all I'm doing is lying.
Creatures of lies and deception, of cruelty, endangerment.
Just feel like there's this looming shadow between us, and I can't. Like an abyss. A rift. I'll never be able to cross over again.
This was your choice. The choice you made.
It was.
Would she have turned him into this instead of you? Would she have just taken him?
I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that.
Why was she there? What is she really?
And what did she make me? What did she truly make me?
That and other questions we'll have to come back to next time. But for now, we will call the session there. Thank you to my lovely players for playing it along this trip with me. You all are fantastic, and I love this game.
Yeah.
Thank you for always STing. You create excellent atmosphere.
I do try.
I loved this session. It was so good. There was so much that
Yes.
happened.
There is so much that happened, and a lot more to happen should our coterie decide that they still want to go venturing forth into whatever hole Urian Doyle might have locked himself into. If he
You
still
better fucking
exists.
believe. You better fucking believe.
That's happening. Especially since Ray now knows it wasn't Carnage. It wasn't Benji who ended Carnage. Because he was pretty insistent that it wasn't.
Oof.
Well, the poll has started for the audience favorites, so be sure to put in your votes for who you enjoyed the most out of tonight's session. But we do have some experience to give our lovely players, as well as, did anyone spend and recover any willpower? And or recover?
Unfortunately, I didn't get. I didn't end up doing the one thing I wanted to do.
Oh no,
Same.
Maria didn't get around to talking to
Twice.
Lisa or Stray.
Twice.
I'm so sorry. I threw monkey wrenches into all of the things.
Name of the game.
The name of the game: Vampire the Masquerade, the monkey
Oh.
wrench, or the monkey wrench dilemma.
Thank you. Continuing my own verbal slips.
Yes, I am. I love this game. I love this. I love that we play in this particular setting. It's so great. But yeah, go ahead and get your votes in, everyone. But any other fulfillments or lack thereof of ambition and or desire?
I did fulfill my desire.
However, I don't think you spent any willpower.
I did.
Oh, well then you recover that 1 point of willpower then.
Yes.
I did not spend willpower, but I did get my desire, which was learn a weakness of a coterie mate, and I learned 3 coterie mates' weaknesses.
Well, you have that under your belt now.
Woo!
Woo! Seems like a very in-character thing for Jude to do is to dab right there.
Just does it.
Actually didn't get mine done. So hopefully that one will happen next session.
I hope so.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, I threw monkey wrench, and there you go.
I just realized that my chair has been like, because I move in the wrong way, it shifts down a bit
Yeah.
each time. So by the end, I realized like half the
Seeing half
thing
your
might
head.
hit. This is all you can see.
Yeah. Seeing half your head. Yep.
Goodness.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. We love our players anyway. But yeah, if everybody's fulfilled their desires or not done so, then that's on you guys. I don't think there's any stains, so there's that. Unless you all can come forward and say what you think.
Wait. Blood bond. Jude did the blood bond.
To other kindred is not a stain-worthy offense. Only to mortals.
To mortals. When you force the blood bond upon a mortal, that's stainable. But considering you didn't force it upon him, he consensually took of your blood, and you consensually gave it to him.
Yeah, there's no forcing of that there.
Excellent. Beautiful.
So there's no stains to be had.
Nope.
Then we move on to the experience that we vote upon for players, as well as to finish up the poll for the audience favorites. So everybody gets one, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Mark down your one. But who moved the plot? You can't say Veronica, because she just walked up on everyone.
Gonna give it to Noel, Mr. Big Man with the brains, or Ray, who is actively trying to make kindred connections.
She is trying to repair that relationship a little bit with Benji, even though she grits her teeth while doing it.
Yeah, she's not enjoying doing that.
No, she is not.
Honestly, she would like nothing more than to tear into Benji right now.
Which is kind of skirting that line about whether or not you're actually actively taking care of one of your own by getting rid of a threat.
She is though, because she's changing that threat to a benefit.
We'll have to see how the rest of that goes. Skirting that line if it turns bad, though. But
You could always say that that's a way of her caring for her.
And you consider Maria one of your own at this point. So who moved our plot? Consensus?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna chuck me in the ring too.
I'm gonna say Noel as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is majority out of the 5 of you. Then, who had the best scene? Or who
I
was the
had-
best in a specific scene?
I had 2 scenes that I really loved.
Mm.
I loved doing that scene with Maria and Ray, and Maria's half of it was fantastic.
Mm.
And I also really loved that scene at the end there with Jude and their brother.
Mm.
Yeah,
That
I'm
was
gonna give that one to
amazing.
Jude.
Dude, I think you stole it from me.
Damn. Damn.
I'll take it.
We had some good scenes, good personal scenes.
For
Ray.
the sake of making the statement, mine goes to Maria because of the catharsis of that like PTSD expression and just the whole
Yeah,
Ray hugging it out with, and it felt good.
yeah, actually that. Yeah, I'm willing to go more Maria there on that one, actually.
I love the scene with Jude, but I gotta give it to Maria.
Yeah, so I didn't steal it.
All right, then Maria, your sisterly bonding moment with Ray gets you that experience.
Yay.
Who had the best line?
Oh, I had that written down earlier. Where is it? Oh, I made sure to write it down. Where is it? Where is it?
It's up there.
If she eats him, she eats him from Ray.
Yeah. Yep. Right.
Um,
Because the first thing that came to mind was Ivan Drago from Rocky. If he dies, he dies.
If she eats him, she eats him.
Yep, my vote either goes to Ray or to Jude, because put some chest in your hair. But
I
mine's
swear to
between one
God,
of them.
every person here had in this episode at least one expression they slipped up on.
You scratch your back, I scratch mine.
I think you had it about right there.
We're doing good.
So, who gets it?
I'm gonna vote for myself.
My vote is for Ray.
Mhm.
She eats him, she eats him.
That's a good one, yeah.
It was very much an expression of how much Ray still doesn't like Noel.
Mm.
That hasn't changed. She still doesn't like him very much.
He's very cammy. He's very cammy
He's
looking.
very cammy. Very cammy.
He's cammy looking.
Says the one from Brisbane. I always lived an independent existence. You grew up cammy.
Mm.
Look, mate.
You want to
look,
tell
mate,
me that I look cammy?
It's because I grew up cammy that I can recognize that you look fucking cammy.
You're all whores of Satan.
Damn, fucking right we are.
But what's
untrue.
what's the consensus? Ray?
I vote Ray.
All right, majority vote to Ray. Well,
Yay.
it seems, my good friends, that we have a tie for our poll. It was a tie between Noel and Jude. You're muted, Derek.
You can't make them roll for high or low for an audience roll. Come on.
You know what? I'll give it to both of them.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank
We-
you.
Master has given Dobby a sock.
Dobby is a free elf.
Motherfuckers.
You gotta love it.
Oh,
Well, look.
weirdos.
This is exactly just like what I said on break during Chroma Company yesterday.
Mm. Yes.
Yeah, I'll share that. I'll share that on thing, but after we go offline because it's not something I'm gonna share on stream, even though this is a more mature stream.
This is a mature tech stream.
I mean, unless you don't care, Coffee.
I don't give a shit.
So, Specs.
Mm-hmm.
Specs, Mox, and Mojo. During the break, we were talking about, Coffee and I were talking about why Mordecai's just so generally angry at the moment, because he's like super scared and he's kind of taking it out on Celine a bit.
He's taking it out
And,
on everybody, let's be real.
Yeah, and I was like, Celine's just gonna be like, look, why are you so angry? And then I added in, it wasn't because I used too much teeth. I'm sorry if that's the case.
It was a great line and it killed me. It killed
Never a
me
good
hard.
thing. Teeth is never a good thing.
Well, who knows? Mordecai. Well, who knows? Mordecai was very bitey for a long time. Maybe he's just kind of
Gotten used to it.
gotten used to it.
He would bite
tougher than
things,
others.
but he was never a fan of teeth. But yes, all of that aside, we have given out our experience for tonight. And
Yes.
thank you all, my lovely players, for your participation. We're going to do some quick shout-outs. So why don't we do that? Let's see. Hang on. Why is it all the way up there? Okay, here we go. Well, that's not helpful. All right. Well, I'm going to have to fix at some point my promotion screens, but why don't we start with our gathering of nerds, Mox and Lethality? You guys talk about what it is that's coming up on the channel and where we might find you all.
So you guys can find Gathering of Nerds at Gathering of Nerds here on Twitch. We also have a YouTube channel, which you can gain access to through our Twitch. We also have a Discord, which you can feel free to join as well. Also, be sure, if you're not on Coffee's Discord, you should totally go and join that one too.
Do it.
But yeah, we do a lot of various different shows, a lot of games that we do online. So yeah, come and join us for that. It's good fun.
Derek, why don't you shout yourself out?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Macabre Derek. I end up doing a lot of illustrations, primarily for tabletop role-playing games, and you can end up catching any of those streams Tuesday through Thursday, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's right, we're streaming tomorrow at 7 o'clock. That being said, I am also known a little bit in the VTM community, as I run Detroit by Night Overhaul at 7 o'clock or 7:30 Central Standard Time on Sundays, as well as run a VTM workshop if you're curious about the game and have any questions, or you want to end up picking up maybe some food for thought for characters and scenario design. You can catch me at 7 o'clock Mondays for that one.
And Spectre, do you have anything in the works for your channel coming up?
Not this week, but pretty soon here I'll be able to open up commissions. Hi, I'm Spectre Deflector. You can find me on both Twitter and on Twitch on the rare occasion. Generally speaking, I mostly do art commissions and some live roleplay here, actual play with the rest of this group pretty regularly. If you ever want any information or updates on my current commission status, feel free to hit me up on Discord. You can easily find me under the same tag name, Spectre Deflector.
And our lovely Simba's Bloody Mojo does not do the streams, but he is a wonderful player, and we enjoy Bryan heavily in this particular
Very
game.
much so.
He is a delight. But thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all next time on Saturday, San Antonio by Night Aftermath. From all of us here in the Alamo City, I bid you good night.
Good night.